I'm always Y'all know when I'm here, I'm always fudging it up. Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Mama Bear, hello, hello, hello. It's the simple things in life. It sure is. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. And it is the day before Turkey Day, everybody. Is everybody cooking? I almost burnt my kitchen down this morning. I didn't. I ain't gonna take the blame for that. I'm sorry. But my kitchen, my whole house smells like. Have you ever been in a house that smells like wood? That's what mine smells like. You know those things that go over your stove? Mm-hmm. Somehow nobody took accountability. I guess the stove come on by itself. I'm like, what does that smell? I didn't do it because I wasn't cooking nothing. I wasn't. That happened. And it's still smelling like all wood in there. I can smell it all the way in here. But that happened. So are y'all cooking? Are y'all getting ready? One, he told the truth, whatever that means. Whatever that means, considering who's saying it. Yeah, that's considering who's talking and who's saying it. Sally Carson, hello. Good afternoon. Millie, Psychic Amelia, hello, hello. Dee, hello, 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 hello. Heidi, hello, good afternoon. Mary, hello. Number 7, thank you so much. Thank you. Lisa B. Always, hello, hello. Christina, hello, howdy. Yep, happy Thanksgiving Eve. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Moon in Karma, hello, hello. Kimberly, hello there. Show Poodles, good afternoon. Been chopping onions. That's the worst part. Chopping onions. Hey, Mike. Hello, hello. Guidance 117. Hello. Love wins. Mary Harris. Hello, hello, hello. It is the simple things in life. I'm telling you. I love that name. I love that name. Just Belle. Hello. Hello. Swan. I love to say hello to you all. Ida Anthony. You are Ida and Emmett from Idaho. Hello, Idaho. Hello, Smiley and everyone. Reality wins. Laura, hello. Cinderella, number 20. Kimberly, oh, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much. I hope you have a beautiful Thanksgiving. Thank you. Y'all are so kind. Too kind today. Too kind. I think I'm down at the bottom. So I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful Thanksgiving tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow at some point, but I'll give y'all time to stuff like turkeys. I'm being a bah humbug tomorrow. I told the boys, go spend time with your brothers. I'm just not in with it this year. They even wanted to cook for me. I'm like, nah. This will be the first year ever I did not cook Thanksgiving. I'm just not into it. I'm just not into it. I'm thankful and I'm grateful, but I'm just going to breathe tomorrow. I'm just going to breathe. I'm just going to say my prayers and breathe. I'm not even going to look at a store today, because if I go in there, I'm going to pick up this and I'm going to pick up that. And I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And I'm just not going to do it. But I will come on here and spend some time with y'all. And you can tell me all about what y'all eat. Alicia says, I was just literally looking at your interview and wanted to check this after. Thanks for doing the hard work for me, Smiley, and God bless you. Oh, thank you. Alicia Hot Wheels, thank you. Without you, I would not be doing this. Because nobody would be here to hear and to share these children's names and, get their faces out. And, they would. There would still be people out there, but, I don't know. Man, this is just a whole sad situation. You're not cooking this year either, Heidi? Yeah, this will be the first year ever. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. I mean, my kids are grown. My grandkids, some of them's grown. They understand. There's a couple that's little, but they can spend time with their parents, The boys can spend time together, and, I just need a break. I need a break. I do. And I'm getting my break tomorrow. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. If not for my BFF, I would have TV dinner and still be grateful. Yeah, you still got to be grateful. And look, I was thinking that earlier. I was like, you know what? Every year, and I do, my husband says, you go way overboard. You did this, you did this. And I'm just like, I do, because I do go overboard. And I'm like, why? I mean, you have leftovers and stuff to eat, and then by 2 days you're ready to order pizza. Pizza business does good. But I'll just save my money this year and be just as happy and be just as thankful. It'll just be another day, just another day. They are difficult. I mean, everything's still fresh in my mind, and I just don't want to. That's all. Yeah, Mike said it's just an ordinary Thursday over there. There you go. I'm feeling blessed and thankful and grateful, and that's all I can be, Where can I find the interview? Which interview are you looking for, Leanne? We're fixing to go over WebSleuths interview in just a minute, but which interview are you talking about? We've been going over all the past interviews in the last few days, so they would still be in under my lives. We did Dutch's. We did the news interview with Caitlin Miller. We did mine. Hi, TJ. Yeah, Leanne, we're fixing to go over it. I just got to say hi to all my peeps. Alicia, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. It is what it is, Oh, you got little Frenchies. Oh. Those are some cutie pies. Y'all don't get me started on no dogs now. We'll be on here forever before I get started. And I had told my husband, I said, I promise you what I'm going to do is, I said, I'm getting Happy a friend. I'm getting her I'm getting a Frenchie. I don't care what nobody says or does. I'm getting a Frenchie. Period. End of story. I didn't have to because I got Pinky, but things work out. But yeah, that would have been my next dog. Yeah. I love them. They're so cute. Yeah. But anyway, okay, so everybody's anxious. We'll get started on this. Full credit goes to WebSleuths. Just keep her link dropped. We're going to use this under fair use for criticism. Teaching tools. This one right here is definitely going to be teaching. They're going to teach us a thing or two. On this one, she went to talk to the PI Chloe. Things didn't start going too well. Chris got on there. It got pretty bad. If I remember correctly, Seth got on this one too. It should be interesting, because you're talking about going back 8 months ago at the very least. So we tend to forget things that was said and done. So yeah, we're going to use this for fair use. Commenting. We're going to comment. We're going to use it to go back and research. So y'all go over to her channel, sub to her. She's great. She's been at this for a long time. She's a great channel, and full credit goes to her. So please go sub to her. And she's got a lot of great videos over there and a lot of great things other than this that you may be interested in. So just go sub up and let's roll with it, baby. Let's roll with it.
Chloe and Heather, you've probably seen Heather on the news, and Chloe. Heather is taking the night off. She has well-deserved rest time coming. And poor Chloe, we are not letting her take the night off. We hogtied her and forced her to be here. So
no.
Chloe, thank you so much for joining us tonight, because we have so many questions about Sebastian and what happened when he went missing. I'm just waiting to make sure that, oh, there we go. We're back. The chat up and running and we're all good. So, Chloe, now you are working with Seth. That is Sebastian's father.
Correct.
And of course, he's always welcome to come here anytime. So please pass that along to him, and we can always put anything that he wants to get across on websleuths.com, the big, huge discussion forum that we have. So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing, it was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
and
between midnight and 6.
Right.
Of the 26th. Yeah.
15 years old.
Thank you.
He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There are lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home, and then he's never seen it again.
Didn't he take out the garbage or do something?
Yeah, trash out. Mm-hmm.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave.
Ever again. No.
Now let's talk about that night. Because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out. When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought it was
early evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No,
but no?
Saturday he was at Costco. And we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
So the last place he went before he went home was the Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, the people that weren't related
right
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay, and again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom, and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about
it was
his,
raining.
I guess alibi, you would call it.
Couldn't tell.
When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis.
Bingo!
February 26th, okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly,
Okay.
they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he was seen.
He was seen, okay.
At his job site at 5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well-respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there's a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. Right.
So,
and
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say, but that's,
he's never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right. He got a lot of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi, Kitty.
This is Boo-to-Boo. He's a good boy. Crystal Piesky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things like that the police have checked everywhere. You know, you would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. But again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up,
right?
And it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition up. Yeah.
Seth has petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved, but he wants them to take over. I think he's just frustrated, which I understand.
Right.
Because we haven't had any results, you know.
Right.
So I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it. He wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean, above TBI and Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved, and I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Y'all
his
put a
goal
1 in the
is
chat
to
if
have
you
them
think
take
they
over.
checked the camper.
Yeah, that's good. Well, that's good. I don't blame him. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing. Nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but there's.
You know what I think? You know what I think? I think, in my opinion, they just glanced in there. I don't think they thoroughly searched the camper. Because one, if the camper was in Memphis, I don't think they took time to go up there and check it. That's just my thoughts and my opinions. And when he brought it back, I just think they just kind of opened it up maybe and glanced at it. If that is the very same one that they brought back, you know. Because there was a camper switch. Absolutely, there was a camper switch. But I would be interested to know, did they go check out, somebody just said it in here, his mother's camper. But see, I don't think they did. If they think he was a runaway. Runaways just don't get that much, unfortunately, as much, they just glance over things. Maybe that's why they didn't do the luminol. Yeah, Sebastian, are you in there? Come out, buddy. Maybe they went back and opened the doors, or, right. It was said, Tabitha said that it was said they searched Mommy's house, but why not in the woods behind? And I would be concerned. Well, I'm not going to say where. I would be concerned if other places, because I don't want anything moved or eyes on. But I would be concerned. Why don't they look other places within the Gallatin area? Plenty of acreage there. Yeah, when Silver went, he said we saw that. It wasn't he said. It was, we literally saw that the cops didn't know anything about Sebastian. Why is that? If Chris and Katie said they were up there looking. But you didn't go into that police station. Let me tell you something. Am I wrong, or is this just in the movies? So when you go into a police station, if there's somebody in that area in a police station or whatever, usually there's a missing child's or runaways, in case they get locked up, poster. So if they stay up at Horn Lake, why didn't they go up there to the local law enforcement and at least give them a poster? But the cops didn't know about it. And I agree with you, Mike. I don't think it fully has been searched, to be honest with you. And you know what my teacher told me there? from early on, they are all under the impression as well that he walked off and somebody just picked him up and took him away in a car. They probably just picked him up and took him away in a car. That's what they want them to believe. Hey, Lolly. The night before Sebastian went missing, because Chris said he had not been moved at all. The van had not been moved at all for some time. I don't know. Seth saw proof of life with Sebastian. Yes, he did. But I think the question is, a lot of people saying, and I'll go back to what somebody said, a lot of people's wondering, did he even make it home? I personally think he did. However, a lot of people's wondering, did he make it home? And was that really him taking out the trash? Yes, there was a video, as somebody asked in here, of him taking out the trash. But it was real grainy. Now, somebody asked how tall Katie was a while ago. I don't personally know that answer. If I tell you, it's going to be a lie because I don't know exactly how tall she is. Some have speculated that she could have put on a hoodie and went out and kind of had the same. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think he got home because, see, I had heard early on too, and I had heard from somebody very trustworthy, that there was a camera that picked him up in the car with Katie coming home. That was early on. So I believe he did get home. Ellie should have that information. I don't know. Sometimes this case makes you want to rethink everything. But again, just because he got home don't mean that was him taking out the trash. Y'all better remember that. That was his routine. But did something happen certain times? And then the phone call, and then the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't know. I wasn't there, just like none of y'all wasn't there. I can only speculate. Let's see, Don called it speculate. Got people calling it speculate. Maybe we need to call it something in this case, what we speculate. Alarm late. I don't know. Something ain't right in this case. That's all I'm telling y'all. I'm just telling you. Hello, H. Davis. Welcome. Mississippi, and if Mississippi obviously didn't know, they did a fake photo to say RV was checked. I don't know. I just wish they would come out and say something. Was Sebastian given meds before he ate at Texas Roadhouse and maybe knocked him out cold? It's a possibility. Sometimes, when my child was little and we were out, there were times when I carried the medicine, so I didn't have to wait until we got home and, whatever, because he had a pretty big day. If I knew I was going straight home, I didn't want him passing out if we were going to make stops somewhere, but, And Yeah, and then you look at it, and this entire thing could have been pre-planned. Which, if it was pre-planned, if it's pre-planned, then I hope to God he is out there somewhere living his best life. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Let me see.
I've found no evidence of that.
Right.
And it's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I'm seeing it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you? That's saying,
Right.
this, you know.
Right, exactly. And that, again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question.
I don't know. Everybody keeps asking.
And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night. But supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring cameras.
I mapped, you know, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m. For Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time because it was chaos. But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, you know, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And they were, I mean, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all.
Crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First, chewing on his.
Respect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah, they're the dogs and the frogs. It's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door's locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Hey, Gigi.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or no?
And Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So Chris was not there.
He wasn't there, so. Anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I mean, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. Probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in a construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up.
6 months.
But there's a lot of, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. It's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, but it does depend on the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street. Which these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I wouldn't think they're more than a quarter acre, so they're not large.
Right.
So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah, that I don't know. This doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, as somebody pointed out in chat, let's just say hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in that house?
So she parks in the garage, always. She'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left. But her car did leave at some point, I would assume,
we know she drove through the high school, like she said.
Right. So, but, so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No,
okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically,
right,
you could put somebody in there and take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if the headlights were off.
Well, but again, if like she said, she drove at some point, she drove by the high school or whatever.
Right. It was daylight at that point.
Daylight. Yeah. Well, yeah. So she could have, put something in her trunk or put something in her car. And
at that point.
Hey, Justin.
Within minutes, if not already, police were called when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Let's see. Web sleuths, hold on. Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes, no.
Okay. But we don't know if the police have collected them or anything, right?
Jen.
We don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So let's go back to the Proudfoot house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up.
That part.
Do you know what the police have done inside that house to search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times by officers. They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff, to make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time, because I was trying to build a rapport, about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big question.
To my knowledge,
they use luminol.
They have not done that.
Tattooed Mom said, any update on the Ken Davis post? And I don't know who Ken Davis is.
I know what she's talking about.
About having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true. But the Ken Davis post is not the first time that that's been brought to me.
So again, and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police, we have to have at least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things, and they are, doing the searches and searching the house and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs, absolutely. I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs.
Okay.
I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but they have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
Right. So have they hit on anything, your cadaver dogs, at all?
No.
Okay, so let's start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of the way.
Sherry,
let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And then
it's completely possible, honestly.
It is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
So, I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did he eventually take one with the TBI?
I think he did.
And he said he passed it. Is that correct?
He said he passed it. I have no confirmation of that. But I do think he took one.
Okay. And hi, Chasing. Good to see you, my dear. The story said, that's the story I understand. She already called Chris and was driving around searching while Chris called the police.
Right. I mean, their words were that she looked around the house for a few moments, went outside, got in her car, started driving around the neighborhood, drove over to the high school, which is Beach High School. And then Chris was the one who three-way called the...
Honey, why would that question be asked? What does it matter? They all love Chris. I'm just saying. Anyway, for everybody that wants to know, there was a three-way call done by Chris, and Katie was on mute. It's that simple. How is that hard to understand? But for some odd reason, everybody still loves Chris and Katie. They don't find that odd. They just don't. I find that very fucking odd, if you ask me. But hey, who asked me anything? Anyway, what I want to know is, this is what Smiley wants to know, because who is the other girl up there in the corner? She ain't said a word. Is that just a picture, or who is in the corner? It's getting on my nerves. I'm sorry, y'all. Who is that? Is she helping Web Sleuth? I don't know her. I'm just saying. Is she going to be talking here soon? No, not Chloe. I know that's Chloe. But who's that? I'm just wondering. She ain't said nothing. Oh, it was Heather, and Heather didn't come. No, Heather didn't come. I'm just wondering. Hey, I'm just asking the questions now. Oh, that's our friend. Okay. I was just wondering, does she talk? Okay, so, okay. I'm just wondering. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I'm getting a headache already. I'm sorry. Oh, that's our co-host. Okay. Sorry. No, mute all the time. She's on mute all the time. Okay. Now Heather does come up here though, don't she? Because somebody asked that a while ago. I think the reason, because Heather was supposed to be off, I think the reason, if she did come up here, the reason that Heather come up here was to kind of take up for Chloe because Chris was giving her a hard time. That would be my opinion. I thought she does when... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so that's what I thought. Okay. No, I was just wondering. I was wondering if they had this spot reserved for somebody, or I wasn't sure. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go back.
The sheriff's department, not 911, but the sheriff's department. And Katie said she was on mute.
Okay, so she was there and she heard it. Okay.
I agree.
But that's according to them. You haven't been able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release the missing persons report to us.
Why do you think that is? I mean, this doesn't make
a long time with Heather at Sumner County and put in records requests, talked to the sheriff, talked to several other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because...
I mean, it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless
I
have a missing persons report, especially adults. But
and everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI. And you've worked on many, many, many cases.
None as hard as this.
and you're getting just, slammed. Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore it the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you, but I think we can assume if they're doing their job, they did. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, all these normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify, they're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and caused problems.
Sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails.
I bet. I bet
a lot of people that weren't necessarily like pertinent to Sebastian's case, you know. So he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is. But the thing is, it would alleviate a lot of all of the speculation and this craziness if it just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do, like ask for the clothes, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and ask for things like that. And again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get this question. Where did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI. Mm-hmm. And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Mm-hmm. So we don't know what's going on.
And by the way, he ended up passing.
I would assume. Well, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for an investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is Heather Cohn. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely.
We
No
agree.
question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay. Chasing wants to know, did Seth fall asleep during the Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did. It hasn't been something I've focused on.
Okay, so we've just got so many questions here in chat. I don't want to miss some here because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions, because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, So, okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right? So he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have. It's crazy.
Hendersonville is like very
I agree.
densely wooded.
You have nothing to worry about. You worry about nothing, right?
Pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there. We've all been in it. And it's hard.
Exactly. But again,
not at night. So,
right.
And it's hard.
But again, not at night. Not talking about going into that terrain. He would have had to have been on a camera. That's just all there is to it.
I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a Ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walk between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision, there's no cameras for a long time. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, you have a vetted source making a claim about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, we have a vetted source close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
Yes.
Before. And that's important because, and again, I'm not suggesting this is true, but you have to look at everything. I'm telling you, the police would look at it like, well, is that a reason? Did something happen?
Well, and that's what Heather was talking about the other night on News Nation, is we've been kind of like brainstorming this domino effect of like, okay, he went missing February 26th, but there was a lot going on.
Right.
The 3 months prior to that, a lot. And we're trying to just timeline all of that out to see what the catalyst was,
Well, and like Julie here, the comment says, the other PI, that's Heather, said in a previous.
Okay, and what did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all in the last couple of days? I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I told y'all, word for word, I said early on, not only were they having problems, but the word was from a source. He told her when he told her, if they split up or whatever, he hoped she chose her son. Like if they left or they split apart, or she was going to have to stay with him or whatever, you choose me or you choose him. He gave her an ultimatum. But I hope you choose your son. That was said early on. Remember me telling y'all that? That was said. And then that was before Sebastian got gone. And I also told y'all about what I thought about, so then there was talk about, Sebastian going to go to school and move in with Seth. But Seth was happy. Seth wanted his son to come live with him. But then I got to thinking, and it's just a thought. Did Chris even ask Katie that? I know that they said she got on board afterwards. But was it because did she feel like they went behind her back and did all that? And is this going to be a type of, well, if I can't have him, no, nobody will. I'm just saying. I don't know. And is that if maybe he is tucked away somewhere and she's like, I'm going to get you away from Chris. We're going to be fine. I don't know. And I'm not taking up for Katie by any means whatsoever of the stretch. No. I'm just trying to look at both sides. I'm just saying. But did she feel like they both went against her? I don't know. Or did she just choose Chris straight the frick out? I don't know. Exactly, brown-eyed girl. I don't know. But that was just a thought too. I don't know.
This interview, there was turmoil at home. Can you comment on any of the turmoil? I mean, we've heard Chris talk about it, and we've heard Seth talk about it. About Chris didn't want Sebastian around his younger daughter.
Right.
And that was a big problem.
Right.
So can you comment on any of the situation going on at home before Sebastian went missing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chris admitted to there being CPS calls. And I really think the way he described it was that it was plural. I have confirmation that those did happen.
But yeah, can I just jump in here? Yet he said Nancy Grace, there was no CPS calls, none.
Right. So he's kind of
he's
backtracking on what he had said, because I don't know if I told y'all the last time I was on here. I was like, I'm just posting their words.
Right. What they have said.
I'm not even making a post with an opinion in it. I'm just saying what they've said.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
It does seem like there were some issues for Chris with Sebastian and his daughter being together.
But Sebastian there's been no reports of Sebastian behaving inappropriately directly with his daughter.
No.
Of course not. Right. And Chris didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, just flat out. And I know we're jumping around here, but I want to get to all the questions. Karen Lee says, can you comment on the scent to the retention pond? Did that turn out to be false?
I mean, the dog dove in the pond. The initial maps at the beginning are a bit confusing. I think it was such a mass influx of EMA and officers, everything, that some of it got kind of convoluted. Some of it was IT issues. So, you can chase the dog tracks on the map, but some of them tracked on the app incorrectly, not necessarily the dog. But I mean, you hear on dispatch that the scent dog,
Yes.
he says she jumped straight in the pond. I mean, we've gone through that pond. We have gone through that pond. The divers we brought in, the searchers we brought in, we have gone through those ponds.
Right.
So not only did law enforcement do that, but we have, and there's no water in at least one of the ponds that's on a construction site. It's not like a big, huge pond.
Right.
It's like a mud pit at this point. It's like quicksand.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, there's not.
Yeah, that pond's been checked out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a number right off the top of my head, but I think we have cleared. I don't know, a dozen.
Wow.
There's a lot of ponds in there. I had no idea until this.
It sounds like it. Okay, so Tracy wants to know, does the high school have cameras that could pick up an exchange of some sort with Sebastian and
somebody? They have cameras because you see Katie drive through the high school parking lot.
Right. So have you been able to get any of those, any other than, do you have the copy of Katie driving through the parking lot, or is that already released? How did you hear about it? Oh, I can't say. Okay. That's okay. No, you're fine. Just give me that look. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we know so far. We know so far the last time that Sebastian was seen was that Sunday before he went missing, when he was at dinner, and it was at the Texas Roadhouse. Was that the name of the place?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and that was with Katie. Katie went home.
Yes.
Chris Proudfoot has not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right.
And supposedly where he said he was checked out. Seth, according to Seth, the police have said, hey, you don't need to take a lie detector because we know where you were.
Yeah, I mean, he works in the Davidson County Jail. He's on surveillance constantly. I mean, he's not even allowed to bring his phone in.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So he's cleared. But, okay, here's the problem. We know the police have gone into the house and searched. We don't know if they've used luminol. We don't know if they've taken any cadaver dogs into the house. We don't know if we don't know how in the hell he got out of the house, because he's nowhere on camera, but yet he's on camera earlier taking out the garbage. So he's on a camera somewhere. So why isn't he on a camera when he left?
I think the sun went down on the 25th at like 5:40 something. It was before the time change, so it was getting dark. What I've been told by the sheriff's department was it was around 6:30 when they saw it. I think they probably say 7. That's kind of semantics to me, but so it was getting dark for sure. I don't know that it was like pitch black at that point. I don't know if it was like midnight dark, But
shouldn't these cameras, I mean, I have a little cheapo one here, and it's infrared. I can see everybody at night. You would think, correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but you would think that there would be a spotting of Sebastian on one of these 11 cameras that you have mapped out, and there are probably more.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, there are no sightings of him.
Right.
So let's say, hypothetically, let's say that is correct. Okay, that there's no mistake, that he wasn't able to escape a camera and duck out of a camera. Let's just say that's correct, that Sebastian is not on a camera anywhere, leaving the house in the neighborhood. That means he is either still in the house somewhere, or he never made it home Saturday. But,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Sunday, he still could have left the house.
You do? And not get on camera?
I do.
How come?
It's just a feeling, honestly. I mean, and being in that area and knowing my cameras, and I just there are places where he could have avoided them, and I don't even know that he would have done it on purpose. But
it could have just happened.
Yeah,
could have just happened. So, okay, what about Katie Proudfoot saying he went out without any shoes.
Mhm.
Let me just tell you what that screams to me, that he was running for his life. And Seth has said that he doesn't like to go out without shoes because he got bit by fire ants once or something.
Mhm.
So what do you think of that?
I mean, I think that's strange. We now know how many pairs of shoes he did have. I know that was being like very protected by Katie for some reason, but he didn't have very many pairs of shoes. His feet were growing, and he had gotten a couple new pairs.
In my opinion, cameras would have got
would
him.
throw out the old pairs pretty quickly. So it wasn't like, I mean, he just had a few pairs of shoes. So I think it was pretty easy to account for all of them. And apparently account for Chris's shoes too, because I know people have wondered if maybe he put his shoes on. So, I mean, I do think that's strange. It makes me think it wasn't a planned runaway.
Right.
And that maybe something triggered him, or there was an altercation where he fight or flight just left, you know?
And that's what I'm thinking.
I really don't think it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah. Chasing.
In my opinion, I think the only way that he would do that, because he's not going to care, like you said, he's not going to care if cameras are up. But, see, I can't get over the fact, jam cameras, not jam cameras, cameras took down, not took down, regardless of any of that. He would have been caught on cameras somewhere, somehow, some fashion. Okay? And the fact he would have been, when the police was called and all of those agencies and everybody out there, he would have been found, period. You know, it's not like the little boy, everybody's different, that was just found in Sumner County. Sebastian was 5'5", about 120 pounds. I mean, I'm a wider and fatter than 120 pounds, but, you know, I'm about 5'5", so you're not going to convince me with all those people they wouldn't have found him. And shoes or no shoes, coat or no coat, regardless, they probably would have found him. The only way you're going to convince me that he ran out of that house, and still he would have been on cameras, in my opinion, is if somebody would have broken that house, or even if they didn't break in the house, and let's say Katie had somebody over, friend, stranger, whatever, and somebody was hurting his mama, and he ran for help. That would be the only way I could see him running out that front door, back door, garage door, anything else, jumping out a window, anything, and running away to either go get help or running away for his life, and maybe running a little too far, getting turned around and mixed up, or regressing, or something like that, is by trying to help his mom. Well, have we heard any of that? Did any of that happen? No. But what we did hear was, what I heard was, let me just say this, what I heard was, when Seth did his live the other night, was when he got there, Katie was not hysterical or, out of the ordinary. She was shoving the phone in his face, showing the picture. Look, he had a good day and all that stuff. But it was something that he said that made me go, oh, damn. It was Katie. It was Katie that put the thought of him being a runaway in the cops' ears, not the other way around. That's where the runaway scenario came from, was his mama. And if you heard on one of the interviews we just done, she said, I think it was Nancy Grace, maybe. She said, I don't know what made him walk out the door. Thank you, Holly. Thank you for the super sticker. But Katie, the night y'all were talking to me, Mommy, Bubba didn't walk out that door. Your beloved Chris said there ain't no way he walked out that door, remember? Because a shadow, he said, I don't know who the hell we was, but we would have saw a shadow. And the camera would have picked it up. Maybe it is better, Katie, that you don't say anything and you let Chris handle that. I don't know.
Racing said that he could have left through the back door. Now, if he left through the back door, would he escape all the cameras that way, or would he get the cameras at the neighbors that were in the backyard?
He would escape a lot more cameras that way. Their backyard is fenced. That doesn't mean he didn't go that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. There's been a couple of people mention this in chat, and this, I'll be honest, it really does kind of upset me. The reason why the private investigators are coming on and talking is to bring awareness about Sebastian. Okay. Chloe is not going to release any information that she has been trusted with, that she has been agreed not to release. But if we don't talk about it, and if we don't bring people, bring awareness to Sebastian, then people are going to forget. And I applaud Chloe and Heather for going on media and keeping Sebastian's case alive. Okay, so anybody in chat suggesting that what they're doing is wrong and hurting the case, no, it's helping the case. We have 1,300 people here in chat. Okay. And there's going to be thousands more download this, talking about Sebastian. And we'll put Sebastian's picture up, and we've got the tip line up. This is a way to keep Sebastian's case alive. If we don't, nobody will talk about it, and everybody will forget. And then Seth will be doing an anniversary show every year, begging people. So thank you.
Yeah,
Chloe.
and I mean, I'll make a really quick point. You both know I don't get into all the crap.
No, you don't.
But private investigator doesn't mean I am not allowed to talk. It means I am privately hired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what people are getting, the private and private investigator mixed up.
Right.
They think it means that you can't reveal your identity, and that's not the case.
Right. I don't love doing this. I do it.
No, you don't. I mean, I had to harass and stalk you. You know?
I don't like doing this, but I think it's important, and I hope that it helps simmer down some of the crap.
Keisha Renee, that is what Chloe is doing. She's telling us what's going on, which is not a lot because the police won't reveal a whole lot. Ava wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Some.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us. And I think slowly they are having more. Yeah.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation by the police?
That whole email thing was strange.
Tell us what email thing. Tell us about that.
Several people had requested.
Oh, that's right.
Records, that's right. Not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And,
right.
And several people besides us received similar emails that said that. Criminal can mean several different things, though. It doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, somebody is withholding 5 details about what happened. You know,
Right.
I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and it's not foul play.
Yep.
You know,
Right.
false reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered.
Exactly.
It can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely right. Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of the Bastion? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, I do remember, thank you, Viva Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at
Okay. An ongoing criminal investigation means that law enforcement is actively looking into a suspected crime, gathering evidence and information to determine if a crime occurred and who is responsible, but has not yet reached a conclusion or filed charges. Essentially, the investigation is still in progress and not yet closed. Key points about an ongoing investigation or ongoing criminal investigation. No final decision. The investigators are still collecting information and haven't decided whether to pursue charges against anyone. Potential suspects. Individuals may be considered persons of interest during an ongoing investigation, meaning they are being looked into but not necessarily considered guilty. Active steps. This could involve conducting interviews, surveillance, executing search warrants, analyzing evidence, and following leads. Privacy concerns. Depending on jurisdiction, details of an ongoing investigations may be kept confidential to protect the integrity of the case. So there you go. So they're sending out emails saying this, okay. So listen, what did I tell y'all last night? I'm telling y'all, they know more. They're not stupid. And they didn't come out early on and say what they said and then take it back. That it may be foul play, but everything's on the table. And there's no foul play. First they said it's possible foul play. Then they said there's no foul play. Or nobody's been charged, or whatever they said. But then they said everything's on the table. And you just... God, I can't get rid of this cough. Sorry. And then they said everything's still on the table. Well, they may be letting them think they're on their side, or letting them think everything is hunky-dory. That's just my opinion. But I'm telling you, it don't take Ray Charles to see that something is wrong with this picture. If anybody, and I mean anybody, does not think that this is suspicious. You can't lock yourself, the last one in the house with them, and all these crazy things has been said and done, and move, and all these little things add up to big things, and everything be a-okay, and say that that's normal. It's nothing about this case normal. And it's not just me or a handful. Well, evidently it's a handful that thinks it's okay, but law is not stupid. Right, CJ. So I did want to read y'all what that meant because you heard it, and I wanted to stop it right there. Because they were sending everybody emails talking about it was a criminal investigation. They didn't even have to put criminal in the emails. Law enforcement didn't have to send an email to anybody stating anything about criminal anything. Period. All they had to do is put it's an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about it. Right? Wake up. I'm just saying.
A relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has, yeah, I think early in the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up. Is it possible that someone is helping hide him and that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden?
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list. Along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet, that's pretty low on my theory list. But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible. But that's not a high priority.
And people are still bringing up his clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done.
No.
And that's the problem. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot for a moment. They came out early on and did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on. I mean, it's a week after he was shot.
To me, that's early on. I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw their interview because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt. And that made my blood run cold, to be honest. It really did. And it truly troubled me. Now that Chris and Seth are working together, and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris and trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best. I mean, there's water under the bridge. I mean, obviously, like I think they're doing their best. Right. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. So, hold on, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons like SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide lots of resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because we have an incredible group of volunteers that, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? And they're doing their best, but that's not very many people. And the grand scheme of like the acreage that needs to be covered, especially because the terrain is really hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that terrain is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we gained.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, okay, we're coming. They plan.
Right.
Before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as I have an update about that, I'll share it.
Okay. Jessica London wants to know, was it for sure Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out?
The sheriff's department says it is.
Mm-hmm.
I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that.
Okay. Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.? I don't know where it says last seen Monday, the 26th. I don't know where that would be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer that's been released by law enforcement. I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight because that's when Katie went to bed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside, correct?
Yeah. And I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
He went on Peter Hyatt and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
Katie holds the key out of everybody.
Mm-hmm. She does.
She does. So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them, and
yeah,
she holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
Not all the information, but he holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right. And it's great that he's stepping back, that they're all stepping back to work toward finding Sebastian. Needs some Z's wants to know, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, have the Proudfoots agreed to have the K-9 search their house again?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. We don't know. And again, the police, why they're not saying anything is beyond me. Yes, Bonnie's Journeys. Chris and Katie and Seth are now communicating, correct? They're still communicating. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people are asking, you're saying that's low on your list. The theory is low on your list. What's high on your list of theories?
Honestly, the only two theories I have are Sebastian walked out of the house. And I don't mean,
absolutely.
Like I said, I mean, I think there was an altercation. I think there's some information that hasn't been shared. If that's the case, I don't think he just snuck out in the middle of the night to run away. It didn't seem very planned. No. And if that's the case, I do believe he is very close to home still.
Right.
Statistically, I mean, I think I talked to you about this before we went on. Kaylana Turner, who was missing for over 400 days outside of Houston. I mean, they had massive searches. Texas EquiSearch came in several times. She was found on the same road you went missing from.
Isn't that amazing? And that road had been searched, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's assumed that she was deceased pretty much that whole time. And there's no foul play involved. So, I mean, I understand, and I've gotten these comments, why are you still searching here? Why are you still in Hendersonville? He's not in Hendersonville. You do not know that.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows where he is, or he wouldn't be missing.
No. And I mean, law enforcement has, obviously had massive searches, but things get missed.
Yeah. And in fact, Stacy, tell us the story about the girl in England, because that's a great example of things getting missed.
So yes, in England, there was a young girl named Tia Sharp, a young teenager who she was staying at her grandma and her step grandpa's house. And so one day, the grandpa said that she had taken off to go down shopping to get some new shoes, some flip-flops. And then, grandma came home, Tia didn't come home, so they called and reported her missing. And there was absolutely no sightings of her at all. Nobody saw her anywhere. And so finally, the police, like I said, searched it many times, and they went back and did a forensic search eventually. And they found Tia wrapped up, stuffed up in the attic, what we'd call an attic.
Right.
And she was deceased.
And she'd been there the whole time. And they'd search the house and search the house. It's so frustrating. So that can happen. Melissa Hart wants to know, have they checked the drains at the construction site?
I mean, to my knowledge, they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m.
I will never believe that.
It was earlier in the night.
I'm getting a lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory? Yes, go.
Foul play. I mean,
of some sort.
Yeah.
Of some sort. Okay, we've kept you here an hour. We're not going to keep you much longer than 4 or 5 hours. So just
we can talk for a long time, but I'd probably end up getting in trouble. So
no, we understand. And again, we really appreciate you. And Heather, thank you, Heather, for coming to chat. We appreciate it. There are a lot of people commenting about what I'm thinking. And that is, Chris Proudfoot seems to, in my opinion, they were really control Katie.
Because that's what my source.
I don't know if you even want to comment on that, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask. Do you have any comments on how the Proudfoots have presented themselves?
I understand that. No, I don't really want to comment on it.
Okay,
honestly,
that's fine.
Only because I feel like we're maybe getting to a place that we can refocus finally again and lay.
Right, you don't want to comment,
and so I don't want to stir anything up.
Yeah,
I understand.
The focus on finding Sebastian, and that's important. Yep,
exactly. I'm just a trashy person. I go in.
No, you're good. I mean, you're good.
Tracy Witt wants to know, did the police check the roof of the school? I've got to assume they did,
I mean, I would assume they did. You can see the roof of the school if you're in the parking lot. But,
right.
Yeah.
And I want to put this comment up here. It was really good if I can find it, about how everything just needs to be recanvassed. Everything. Here it is.
Yeah.
Daisy Rose. And don't you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been trying to do.
That's what she's been doing.
But it takes time because law enforcement releases this massive search, and they don't have to ask permission to go anywhere.
Right.
Exactly. I, as a private investigator, can still get trespassed. So I have to have consent to be on people's properties. Also, there's a lot of guns in Tennessee.
A lot of people with
guns. I know. So it takes a little bit longer sometimes.
You've got to be careful.
Yeah.
I want to rephrase this question. Do you think Ellie is protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information? I'm trying to figure out why they're not.
They are not silent.
Right.
They are telling us things.
But there's a lot they're not telling you that you would think they normally would.
Yeah, there's a lot they are telling us, though. I don't think they're protecting anyone.
Okay, that's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking about?
I was not on that property.
Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama is a great question. Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh man, missing in Sumner, in that county.
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
we have a problem
Tennessee,
here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm exhausted.
Well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, that's the
No,
state, but
this is not the same.
It's Summer Wells.
Not the same person, honey.
Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person make?
Baby kisses. No, these are two different Bobbies. One is Bobby Simmons, a TBI agent, and one you're talking about is the lady Bobby that TBI. She's a neighbor. Two different people. Okay. Hey Jude. Hey Jude. Let's see what you're saying. I think the federal property was searched twice, but to what extent, I don't know. Very interesting. I wonder why she did not want to go back to that and search. She kind of hesitated on that. I would have wanted to go back and search, especially if I was through off of it. I'm just saying that would make me even more curious. Yeah, I like Bobby the neighbors. Some of her points and stuff like that too. I would want to hear. I want to hear a little bit more from her. That's just my opinion. I would love to hear more from her, actually. Well, I'm sure they don't have a sign-in sheet because, but for the poker game. But yeah, I would love to know who was there too. Yeah. And we're never going to know unless somebody breaks down and tells us, or we see that in a court of law, honestly. Hey, Jude, I love you bunches. Thank you, honey. Thank you. And happy Thanksgiving to you. Thank you. You went to school with somebody who since moved, but they lived on Kellen. Which makes me wonder. I wonder if a lot of people's either going to be moving from there or just kind of, I don't know. I wonder if a lot of people over there is kind of scared of Chris, as far as, because not scared of him that he'll do anything to them, but he's such a bully. Maybe. Is that what I'm trying to say? Does he intimidate? Let me ask you this. Did you ever have the fine pleasure of knowing Mr. Chris? I'm just saying. In school or otherwise. I'm just saying this is getting very interesting. Because I feel like he could be a charmer. I feel like if this hadn't happened, he could probably be likable to an extent, but then he could be a really yeah, would you be willing to do a live with me? I'd be willing to do a live with you. I feel like he could be a really, did you ever meet Chris? Or did you ever run into him and not know him? Or, I don't know. I just find this is interesting. Yeah, there you go. Okay, here it goes. People want to sell, but this has stopped people. People has took their home off the market. Yeah, and I can understand that too. Because actually, if you think about it, outsiders, that are maybe even further out or something like that don't know what's going on, who's responsible and stuff like that, would probably be highly scared to move in that neighborhood. That's another reason, in my opinion, that I feel like Ellie needs to come out and say, I wasn't being sarcastic or nothing. I was being serious. Hell, maybe you need to check and see how many other children are missing. Do you have a S person or whatever? Or we know the rapture didn't come. Well, I mean, what's going on here? You know, come on now. Come on. You know? It's just cray-cray, in my opinion.
And maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed. I'm sure you've thought of those types of theories.
You know? Yeah. No, I haven't thought of everything, or I would have found it. But trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
No, we understand that.
Yo, Barry. Yo.
Hold on one second. I want to get some of these questions here that haven't been asked. Oh, this is a good one. Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Honestly, I've never been threatened.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's very good. Well, and plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, yeah, I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
really? Now that's interesting.
Police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that is.
They came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed. Many of my searchers have not been threatened or followed.
So that could just
I don't think Heather's been threatened or followed. I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't consider that like a safety issue.
So that could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey, yeah. I like that word.
Very interesting. Because, yeah, I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them, but there's no police reports. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you know? I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. You know, if you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
right?
But hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions for Sebastian.
Checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert, that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
And
that's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching. And could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now, we're going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry. HELP.
Yeah,
at
in the chat too.
Okay.
Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org, and we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, absolutely. Let's see here.
Oh, that's a lot of cameras, Matthew.
He was on camera, so nothing to fear. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
That does
Chris house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Kim Rice says, regarding items for scent dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items do they have for Sebastian's?
I think typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, Kiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's weird.
They did. They went to Alaska, I believe, 4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can't remember when they came back, and JLR chased them around. And then they went to Puerto Rico at some point.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is terrible. Now, this is a good question. You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How does one become a private investigator?
It depends on what state you're in.
Yeah.
Or what state you want to be licensed in. So
yeah, I do know you have to work with a private investigator and do so many hours and take classes and things, right?
it depends on your state. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked it up for California, and it's a lot. You've got to have 2,000 hours or something of work in some kind of law enforcement field or something like that. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. So it's different everywhere, though.
Right. BW, I'll get to that question here shortly. There's been made mention of Sebastian being forced to wear pull-ups, which Seth, I believe, has confirmed, which I find appalling that they would do that the Proudfoots would do that. That's my opinion. Do you know, what that situation is? Do you have any information about it?
Not really more than what's been said.
Okay. BW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was, kind of everybody.
Right. Scary. That was very sad.
So.
Okay. And again, I don't want you to say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or that'll cause problems. And so if I ask any questions.
Yeah, I feel like some of it is does this help me find him?
Right. Exactly.
It's yeah.
But the thing, I think the flip side is, if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with Sebastian?
I just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Chris Proudfoot? Absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link. If he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone. I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I don't
are you in the
know.
chat?
I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till, Friday night if he wants to come on.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think, who? Oh. Okay. What would you like me to do? I can put the link in chat. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on.
Okay, I just seen somebody say this, so I looked on X. Nick just posted 31 minutes ago. We are so close, we can nearly taste it. Green hoodie. Are you the spade? We've become aware of you, green hoodie, and rest assured, we'll find you. Your moment, like those who came before you, is approaching quickly. Just thought I would read that for you. I'll post it also in my community for those that don't have Twitter. Go ahead and do that now so I don't forget. So it's over there in there. All right.
On this link. Okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if you'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. No, I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Heather Collins says it's real.
Thinking.
Okay, well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
I'll tell you what, you and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's
Okay,
that?
well, I'm gonna. How do I
mute yourself?
We'll mute you.
Here, I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Valerie.
Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help. And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful one?
Yes, I did.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull that up right now, okay? This is a cute picture. I love this picture. Hang on.
Yeah, it is a good picture, I think.
So let me pull it up here.
Oh.
Oh, heck, I'll stay up all night if Chris wants to come, Come on, absolutely. Let's see here. No, don't need a video. Here we go. There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
There was one I thought we could answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohn, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right.
That's the way it is.
I know everybody, there's so much, there are things we don't know and everybody wants to know, but what's really important is finding Sebastian and maintaining the integrity of the investigation. And so there's some things that aren't going to be public, aren't privy to, and there's good reason for that. Very good reason for that. Because not everybody understands the way investigations work, but I was fortunate because my father was law enforcement. So I got a firsthand look at that, and I understand it can just be so frustrating. Trish,
I'm sorry, what?
there's somebody backstage.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Coming.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to the host and the guests on our show.
No crappy
you.
comments, please. Okay.
Right.
No
this is
crappy.
About a missing child.
Right.
And that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Well,
What?
Very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Since, Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather has been in
Heather is
communication.
the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit on this show and sit here
month
and
or
give
so ago,
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
Okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife, okay? It's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all with something. Okay, y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after we went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody
parents went to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no, it's out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay, I cannot say that.
Nobody
said you.
Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some foul stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a good.
And by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation. I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But it is not with thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell you get up with this stuff? Not you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why.
Okay. So maybe he don't own a funeral home. But y'all remember what I posted on my community post, and we know who does own a is involved with the a funeral home, and who is Kenda Bryant, right? Go to church. Go to church. Isn't that what he told Seth? Go to church. Why would you need to go to church to find Sebastian? Just a question. Just a question. There's a lot of people that have a lot of questions. And yet Chris says, it's okay. Y'all can have your own opinions. Because he's a big boy and he can take the questions. He wants the hard questions. But he can't stand all of this. And he comes in roaring like a tiger, right? I don't know. On all these women going off. Crazy.
Why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
But it doesn't matter, though.
I did want to clear it up.
That does not matter. Doesn't matter one iota.
I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make it clear.
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. That's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted
we're just going
whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
Chris, I know you're mad. I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it.
Nobody needs to be timed out. Just everybody chill and
please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. If my question comes back to where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible, but let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. Mm-hmm. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
worst nightmare
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at WebSleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay. Yes. But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. So this was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see there.
Hi.
Okay.
There's a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
He's ill.
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely
angry. I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's.
This is just my opinion. Hey, Tanya, everybody coming in, welcome. This is just my opinion. And, you hear a lot more, again, going back than you did the first time, or when you're like, whoa, what in the hell is going on? But, and I think I said it back then, but sometimes I would hear, and this is nothing towards any of the PIs or anything at all, but sometimes I would just go, wow. Back then I would wonder, whose side is who on? You know, whose side is who on? And I know, and it's clear today, you know, and Chloe's out there working hard, so I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm not trying to. But just some of the things would just make me go, I don't, look, I'm not going to try to appease Chris Proudfoot. There's no way. There's no way. It just makes you go like, okay. Love wins. Let's see. I'm catching it here and there. Y'all know me, though. If you want me to see something real bad, you might want to put a red exclamation point or a stop sign or something. Because, honey, y'all don't know. I just glanced. Oh, and I know what else I was going to say, too. Are y'all catching what he's saying? Again, everything is different. Are you catching what he's saying about, I'll just turn the comments off, blah, blah, blah. You know, I won't. But in mine, I can't see, you know, or I can't see the comments, or is it your people, this and that? And I'd say, oh, well, I'll just turn the comments off. No, don't turn the comments off. That's because he was watching them. And then in others, he'd say, I can't see the comments. But right here in Web Sleuths, he would go, I'll just turn the comments off and I don't want to watch them. Seems to me he's throwing a tantrum there. I'm just saying. I mean, what do y'all think? Yeah, on this one, he really came in, Heather. He really came in mad on this one. I would have just come in. I would have just come in and turned them off if it was me. I wouldn't watch. If I'm going to be so mad and so blown out of proportion, I just wouldn't watch the comments. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me
tell you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head. Mm-hmm. You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't, and he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation. While everybody stood behind me and was snapping them little pictures and stuff, Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not an aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting and he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Mm-hmm. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something
Sure.
that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job at the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday I supported him then. I will support him now.
To do.
But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about
Katie said that on
not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
Not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire,
Right.
and we're all tired. And I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay. Well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I've listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up No, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay, but
Which,
again,
you know,
But it
another
took
thing
you
which is
2
kind of
seconds
funny that you bring this up
and it
because
wasn't like, no.
some people, and
Why
yes,
you
they
have to
are
think
pertinent
about
to
it?
the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make.
Well, just a tip. I would suggest that anybody that wakes up and finds their child missing in the house, just for future references, don't call somebody that's 3 hours away that hasn't been home a month and then go out looking. I would suggest that you pick up the phone first and dial 911. And then you can do all of the things, anything that you want to do, call anybody that you want to call. That's what I would suggest. So what is he on here giving his sermon about now? I'm just curious. I would suggest, step by step, you dial 911 and then proceed to call whoever your little heart desires. But he's on here giving tips about what? I just had to put that out there. Thank you.
Make your report immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record, right. So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand,
Clap.
because y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single call back.
He
when
knows
they're
a lot
looking
about
for
a lot
missing
of
children,
things,
not just
don't he?
ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state, with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start at one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us
They should have took it.
that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie? Okay.
I refused to release it because number one,
Like, okay,
I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe
they didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Wally.
Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics.
I'll see you
and all
again.
This,
Happy
since
Thanksgiving,
they got
though.
By all means. we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
this is the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But if we're not,
that I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows.
Here we go.
So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
We're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
It doesn't work
monetize.
like that.
We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web sleuth
that-
So
that's
is
why-
the reason why I
completely
asked
so I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the reason why
It don't
I'm
work like
asking that
that,
question,
people.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know
I
who I'm
ain't
talking about, the
seen
clickers,
$100
Yeah.
in
The shows that
3
make us money.
damn days.
I would love for
3 damn
you to make a
months.
public announcement
3
for every
damn
dollar
years.
you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
I want to pour
Right.
some coffee.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media, and I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig in.
I don't know, but here's the thing, and we went over this yesterday, I believe, or the day before. My brain is still. But what he said was, he said the police told him in the beginning not to be setting up no GoFundMe's. It wouldn't look right. I wonder if that was his buddy, the cops or whatever. And even though Seth's sister set up the GoFundMe for him, I think Chris is really pissed off about that. Who cares? Seth has been out there looking every freaking day that he could. And so what? Even if he hasn't been looking every single day, he's been doing something every single day. And I don't care what nobody says. That's what you do when your child is missing. Do y'all think gas is free? I'm just wondering. What is the deal? What is his problem? That's why I was quick to tell him that night. I knew exactly where he was going with that. You don't tell people what to do with their money. You just don't. That's what upsets me so much. Yeah, I'd like to see me go over on some of these channels and be telling people what to do with their money. I could care less. because that's one of the problems. Money's the root of all this evil that's going on right now. But you still need it to survive. But why is he all up in web sleuth's business over there? I'm like, oh God, here we go. Here we go. I don't know how long that's going to go on about that. I really don't.
Dig into them, and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focus on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here. Right.
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to.
Hey, Harley Ryder.
That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of, but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean?
How does he know? That's not what he said in the other interviews.
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go.
Okay, just a question, Harley Ryder. Excuse me. So just a question. So, and I can agree to that to an extent. But do you not think that, let's just say he shows up tomorrow or one day, as you said, or any day, any time. And I pray and I hope he does. And I hope he's safe and sound. Actually, I hope he's been living a beautiful life somewhere. I hope he is living a beautiful life. Again, I will repeat myself. If he comes back tomorrow and he gets in front of a press conference and says himself, if he says himself that he ran away, I'll swear up and down he was brainwashed to say that, because I'm never, ever, ever, ever till the day I die going to believe that boy ran away. That's just my opinion. But I hope he's safe, sound, and comes back. But I just got to ask you a question because this caught my eye. So, Harley Ryder, do you think if he does miraculously come back one day and shows up, that he's going to be so harmed by what people said? Do you not think he's not going to be harmed by what his parents said? His stepdad? Anybody? I'm just wondering. Even when some try to be tactful about it. I would bury my head, and that's when I would run away. That's when I would for sure run away if I was him. Putting real personal business out there. Yeah. You're never going to make me believe that. Never. Do you not think? See, I think he's going to be harmed from being removed from his father without a choice, and harmed by what's been said the next 9 months, and harmed by those who knows what else. So how do you know that he'll be removed from his father? How do you know he's not going to be removed from his mother and his stepfather? I'm just curious. How do you know anybody would get him back until all this is sorted out? I don't think he was given a choice, and in my opinion, that's very harmful to a person. Oh, well, I agree with you. I don't think he was given a choice by much of anything, to be honest with you. I'm going to go on and get started back, but Harley Ryder, I would love to have you come up here on panel and have a talk with you as well. I really would. I think I've had some very interesting people come in my chat, and I would really love some insight on this stuff. I really would. I really would. Let's carry on, okay? Thank you.
Somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch.
Thank you for commenting.
Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm
that.
not insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this crystal clear, there's a back door.
Well, I agree with
every
that.
door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
Do
and he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link.
Oh, why he
So
loves.
jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had that white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three
there's-
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Even so, listen, I say in these situations, and I'm just saying, even so what if he didn't want to go live with his dad? Who's the parent? Katie and Seth. They had equal custody, right? So here's the thing. Like if my kids do something or whatever, even this day, the ones that they're grown, they don't rule me. They don't tell me what to do. I'm the parent. My grandkids don't tell me what to do. I'm the parent. Somebody come on my live one, or I was in a chat or something, and they asked a question, what should they do about their kids, something, so and so and so and so. They was telling them what to do. I said, well, it's easy. Who's the parent, you or them? My kid, I do the same with my kids. So here's the thing that I have to say about that. The point I'm trying to make, though, is this. You said maybe Sebastian didn't want to go live with Seth, and maybe his parents told him the only way around that is for him to go somewhere and live somewhere else. And then what you corrected that on the next thing and said, you mean, his stepdad and Katie. Well, here's the thing. Why couldn't he stay at his home if that was the case? Why couldn't the routine stay the same? And I'm not mad at you. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying that pisses me off because you're not the only one I heard that from. Why could he not stay at home and continue things the way they are? Because I'll tell you why. In my lovely opinion, because I guess we allegedly got to say that. I don't know. But the point of the matter is because they didn't want him there, or at least CP, in my opinion, did not. And I'll say it again. Did he go and talk to Seth about that and then have Katie to agree later? I don't know. Or did they both? Were they having these problems? I don't know. But what I do know for a fact is, why could he not stay at home? The home he knew, the home that they bought on Stafford Court. Your home. You buy a home. I was so happy when I built this one and said, oh my God, even though my kids are growing and grown, I don't have to ever worry about my kids, my grandkids, my home. It's your home. Well, I'm not fussing at you. I'm just having to stop to make this point. Because I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. I mean, that's just me, maybe. Oh, thank you, Annabella Honeys. I love you. Happy Thanksgiving. I love you. Thank you so much.
Had 3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
What I'm
on
telling
it.
you,
Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay.
Right, but I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait
of
a minute.
them, if
But
I had
hold on a
to
minute.
choose between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm telling
Well, you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is
Minecraft.
He has, multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions. And
No,
I'm
I think I
telling
understand
you
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it.
Okay.
There you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Kitty, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you. Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
No, it's
He knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The two parents that were sitting there, and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
There's just so many cases like this, and all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why, okay? Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems.
For the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So with that being in mind,
watch it later.
You're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
Well, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
great. Just close the chat. I'm not.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single. Thing they
let
said.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
But right, let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up, because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people, Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
He didn't say that to
but let's not sidetrack.
Let's not
sidetrack. Let's stay on board.
Come out.
Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play, that everybody wants to tie to this belt, is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
But let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it up.
So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happens, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
a difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again, that is my,
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That be considered abuse.
Thank you. It's me, Jen.
I mean,
Okay.
So by definition,
Becoming a member.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine. But you have to back up and say,
Crazy world.
what I am stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with. That was a lot of the problems with this.
Jen just gifted 1 minute.
and there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say, hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it.
Reba said,
Okay, so let's do that.
Seven a dozen.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called, and
No,
a lot
that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say on that?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me, I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay. Now, Bray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard.
Okay.
With I can't remember.
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
I mean, here's the thing: there is a perception. Look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises like Chris was saying. It's just sort of
150.
I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
I always love to see you.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
Best speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir.
I put Proud Food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah. So I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock
ask?
her off and go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
no, we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up, you know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
Katie gave details, but I want to.
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad that's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that makes sense, really.
Right. So,
well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Because that's been driving everybody crazy. If it's so dark.
And I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and, you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, like, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's after a hard day of playing. If he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
And that's a big help understanding this. Has he ever done any?
Okay, so in my opinion, again, he just confirmed it. This huge day, allegedly, that Sebastian had, and I will beat this dead horse until the cows come home. Sebastian had such a huge day from the time he woke up until the time he had this huge supper, which, anybody that ate a huge supper that didn't even have a big day would be, what, sleeping? Not off? Whatever. He would have been tired when he got home. If he in fact did make it home, in my opinion. So, he wouldn't have run away. He would have been so ready to go home and knocked out. That's what I feel like. All of his favorite things. Of course, that's in my opinion only. I mean, what do I know? All I can do is just think. State my opinions. I don't know anything for a fact. Nobody's accused of anything. I'm certainly not accusing anybody of anything. Nobody's come out and said anything, right? Ellie sure hasn't. But he sure had what it seemed like to be the biggest going away party ever. But why? Why? Looks like you would have saved that big going away party for when he moved in with his dad. In my opinion, remember, it was only just a few more months, and remember, he was moving in with his dad. What was so important that couldn't wait? Just curious.
Done anything like hit under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera and he knows.
Not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on. All the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters of my family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I'm like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that,
Mhm.
just because
Thank you. Hey, Jude.
he goes and
Somebody
sees his
got a
doctors,
membership. I can't see
and there
who got
they
a
will
membership.
talk about
Hey,
his
Jude
medication
Gifted.
and things if they want to change or if
Thank
it
you.
needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not. I didn't see any difference, but.
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Hey.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Eric?
seen the dog scent track? That because he actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up a street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he
not
had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight in the north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes,
I
he
can
can
hear
hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why is it that you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it. All right. Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to
oh,
Katie?
thank you, baby kisses.
Because I didn't see the information
Baby
what
kisses.
you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it.
Give
That's
him
why I asked for it.
membership. Thank
I
you
mean,
so
come on,
much.
Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Properly
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you.
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you that I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it, I hope? Seth?
Seth gone. It looked like he's
Uh-oh. I think so. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about
It looked like he fell
I'll
off.
get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
Oh, stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad. and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe. And that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should not be that way.
this is kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations,
there was
and
a chance.
that's it.
My
I mean, that's all I can do. And
coming
I've never
back.
seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
See, you wouldn't want to be here.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and to be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal there's not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free, and he can. If it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online,
I'm texting him.
okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So
Your time.
let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house?
Jen, how about I address this? She said, how about go to F on social media, then Katie Proudfoot maybe spend some time searching for your son instead of watching chats? Well, first of all, I didn't know social media of any type was holding a pew-pew to Katie Proudfoot's head. In my opinion, I have to disagree with this comment 1,000 and 10,000 and 20,000 million%. If KP wanted to look for her son, she would have never went to anywhere. She wouldn't have been afraid like it was said on this panel. She wouldn't have been following her husband around like a wet puppy dog. That's just my opinion. And whether you love a creator or a channel or hate them, whether KP or Chris P is watching or not, there ain't nobody preventing them from going out and searching for Sebastian Rogers. Period. I just thought I would stop and address that.
House and outside.
Yes, Mama has. Yes, I'm sure.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Mm-hmm. Now, on day one, there's 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog can't afford a cent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond.
No, I didn't say all of that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on it. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. One that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking the question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this, because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened, death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Yet the one in
Chris,
their
I'm
yard
sorry.
is
Did you
bent.
just say you guys are getting death
That's
threats?
so disrespectful.
Yes, we've been getting the threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
Mhm.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care.
But he should.
I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay,
we're
well,
going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
we'll
law
interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes,
For us,
Hold
doesn't
on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah,
You're
you
correct.
have
you
spoken
are very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him,
when
and I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
when did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different, and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
God.
Don't pour
So-
gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am
so
too.
rude.
So please just get to it.
okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood, because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Good
Well-
golly, Miss Molly.
That is something. If she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is, even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious, and like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. For the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses.
Yep.
And she's done interviews without me,
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
but she spoke without me.
Okay.
Barely.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did see that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris, hold on. I'm sorry, Seth, start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. You need his therapy. That actually has been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was
So-
going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online
Yeah.
school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But
Okay.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to
Yes.
speak, if that's the case.
Absolutely.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay. Seth, go
I
ahead.
don't feel like it. I don't feel like that would. I think
Unbeknownst to you, I was talking to Sebastian. I knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
that's just my opinion.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of public's business.
Mm-mm.
If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Mhm.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day, because I
Let's
didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Megan.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they're all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
statement. Is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times, that's where, you go and spend time with kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well.
But he don't
Seth works long hours,
overstimulate
I work
him.
long hours.
Is the difference.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No.
Okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period.
No shit.
That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
So you're not
giving my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good and well, you got a question about my
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
phone.
phone.
They take you somewhere to lead a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer.
No, I'm not to you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to you.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
You can't stand that.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
Oh, Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, The statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
So I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
How would he know if he wasn't there?
Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes.
Oh, I can hear you.
Just curious.
All I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
all right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make a statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
this situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
I
So
agree.
explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things.
It's a
Because in
rumor.
turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of shit.
some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
Mm-mm.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay.
Shit.
I would like to move on very
shit.
quickly, but
Chris?
I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I
And-
know you are frustrated.
You have no
I'm
idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's
And-
not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm
here's
trying
As a
to.
PI, you should have said, you know what? We're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times.
You
And
did.
you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them
We need
to be
them.
behind both of you.
We
And
need them to find Sebastian.
exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public.
And
We'll find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
All right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing with those.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
yes, you can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so me and him can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, when you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address.
Thank you for being here.
Their inbox.
See you tomorrow.
Crap.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My retort is real simple, Seth.
Find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later. Let me finish.
Things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
they were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juice.
these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox, with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My retort is real simple, Seth.
If to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I tell them to fuck off, if they doesn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take us the wrong way. That is a conversation for later. Let me finish.
Things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Right there.
Well,
They were snapping.
But you had people watching us Sunday at that vigil, and you had people snapping pictures. Is he for real? Is he for real? He went to the vigil. He stepped foot on the school property. He went and stood face to face with CP. He had to stand on that step, 1 foot on and 1 foot off, with his face there, knowing that everybody was going to snap pictures and what was going to happen, that it was going to escalate around the internet and what it was going to look like, whether it was or not. And then he was going to go his happy ass on motorcycle shopping where they could lie a little bit more and say that wasn't that day, that was a long time ago. But yet they had on Missing Sebastian shirts, again, was Sebastian missing another time too? They try to confuse people because they lie. That's not Seth's fault. Seth did not do that. Looks to me like they're the ones lying. That's why everybody gives them no credibility. Right? But I just couldn't believe that's what I had to rewind it. I'm sorry I rewinded a little bit further. But that's, I could not believe that he just said that. But yet they, and I asked them, and several others asked them, could not go to the vigil at the school because they said they were being threatened. They were scared for their life. They couldn't go incognito or anything else. Right? It's out of the question they could go to any vigils ever. Even the very first one. But now he's going to blame this on Seth. This is why I like to go back.
Snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish, can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Okay. Is it true that Chris told Seth, you will find your son at church?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
yes,
Chris?
That is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a question.
You go to a church and you'll find it.
Hold on, Seth. I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically, you should all go to church. You should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better way to say it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
What did I say? I'm sorry. I'm so tired. Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay? There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you
That's
say?
okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mm-hmm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Yeah, because why couldn't you
Very
stay
good.
there? I don't
Chris,
understand.
What would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call DPIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
Thank
you. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I will say this much, that
I agree.
Everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now. But it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost.
Mhm.
Especially what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Just whenever he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mhm.
BBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith
Or them steakhouses.
that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together,
In my opinion.
heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the
I
missing
wouldn't
child
know.
in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just think law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men to do nothing, and that's good females too. I'm not. It's just for evil to exist and continue. Is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store,
Mm-hmm.
on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people
They
out there
don't communicate.
that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing
It's a
that he is
short-handed.
saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called TBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor because you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need, because my life has stopped. Because
Seth,
my son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
can you ladies get him
A
a hold of
regular
me,
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but Hang tight, man. You and I we need to get off this panel.
Hey,
You,
don't
me,
want him to plead
Katie,
for son.
guys need to
Yeah.
get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take your step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down, focus on the positive, keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all. So please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had happened publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
Well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help, and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Woo, okay, now let me turn this music off. Y'all know how I get with this. Oh, okay. Y'all can hear that background music, can't you? All right, so let me get back to my chats. Chat, not chats. It's one. Anyway, good Lord, thank you. Y'all please go over and sub to her because she does have a lot of good stuff. She's been doing this a long time. Y'all had a lot of great comments in here. a lot of thoughts, but I cannot believe how rude, especially there on the end. Play is called a Heather on the next one. Send it to me, Hey Jude, and I will. I'm not sure where to find that. Send it to me and I definitely will. If you will, send it to my email address because it'll make it easier for me to download it to the computer. But I sure will. I sure will. But I cannot believe how condescending and how he thinks he's so in control of Seth and how mean and horrible he is to Seth. I mean, and there Seth was, and this is back, you got to remember, this was 8 months ago. So this was very, very, very fresh. Not saying it's not now, but I mean, this was so fresh to Seth about his son. It was hurting so bad, cutting like a knife at every twist and turn, and it still is. But I'm saying Chris was just twisting and twisting and twisting at every twist and turn he could. And the way he talked to them women, in my opinion, just shows the true character that he is. That's not what they teach them in the Navy. Yeah, no wonder he's been married 5 times, in my opinion. Number 6 may not be so lucky to get out alive. What will really make him snap? Brown-eyed girls, oh God. No, but they can't. They can't. They can't. They some type of can't. You can't. No, don't even go there. And don't get me in trouble over here. I still got to play that interview too. Lord have mercy. All right, Reba, spit it out. Speaking of his family, what? Speaking of his family. You know, I don't know. What does the birth certificate have to do with Sebastian? I'm just curious. Yeah, who keeps asking that? Why are y'all asking about that? What does that have to do with anything? Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you too. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Okay, because yeah, I don't know what that has to do with the hill of beans. I ain't gonna say a price of eggs in China, but I'll say I don't know what it has to do with the hill of beans. Oh my gosh. Seth was way too nice to that. Yes, POS. And look, that's what I wanted to say, and then I'll shut up. In my opinion, he was like, no, don't talk about that, don't go there, whatever, on the very end. Like, you don't want to do this online. What does he mean? He wants to control when Seth can talk about his son and when he can, and when he can advocate for him and all that? No. Yeah, it's all good. Look, Annabella, it is. It's all good in Smiley's hood. It was squashed. Yeah. We ain't going to be talking about that. I don't know what that has to do with anything. anything. and nobody cares. They ought to be worrying about good golly Miss Molly, if you ask me, but that's just me. That's just me. Anyway, we ain't gonna go there. We ain't gonna go there. I appreciate you all coming in tonight. I appreciate Tony Mathis dropping in tonight. Hey, that was the real Tony Mathis, right? I would say, hey, Tony, you want to come up here and talk? But I'd be scared. I'd be waiting for about 2 hours. I'm just kidding. I'd be scared. And I already been on here 4 hours. 4 hours. This is the longest I've ever been on a live, y'all. No, I know that was Tony. And I'm just teasing, y'all. I'm just teasing. But I appreciate Tony coming in here, seriously. And hey, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. CP proves why. Let's see. CP proves why public opinion is what it is. Exactly. Look, it may just be me, and I don't know how I do it, but I think I treated them both fairly. And I think I treated them with respect when they were on my panel. So much so that I hate people coming to me going, oh, whatever, thinking that I was for them or whatever. No, I'm for Sebastian. It's just it just comes natural. It's what I do. Well, it wasn't nothing planned or anything. But I try to give everybody I try to see both sides or whatever. And, but, and it's the same thing. That's the problem. And Seth said it right. It's not about sides. It's about Sebastian. It's about him. He's missing. Nobody else is missing. You're not missing. Chris. Katie's not missing. Kathy's not missing. Boy Socks is not missing. It's one side. It's Sebastian's side. He's 15 now, but in less than 2 weeks, he's going to be 16. 16. What were you doing at 16? How can people just move on and, go on about their business? That should be a real hard day. And I know one person that it will be. There's no doubt. Oh, you was pregnant. Well, the thing is, somebody knows something, okay? And there's no reason to keep it quiet. You can do it anonymous. You can send in a tip at the tip line, or you can simply call. But don't be scared. You can walk in. It doesn't matter. But somehow get the information there. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND if you know anything, or call 615 4513838. There's a combination of rewards going on from FBI and, Dog the Bounty Hunter has put some with it to make it a $200,000 reward. But this shouldn't be about money, guys. You should do it because you want to do the right thing. But if you know something, say something. It's time. It's way past time. When you wake up tomorrow and you're eating with your family, you're watching the Thanksgiving parade and you're thinking about Thanksgiving and your food and you're overly stuffed, say an extra prayer that Sebastian has found, but also think about what is he doing on Thanksgiving? Where is he at? Is he eating? Time to bring him home. Absolutely. Y'all have a great night, and I'll see y'all sometime tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all my mods, subs, non-subs, in the bushes people. Thank you, everybody. I love y'all. Good night.